The escalation continues, the lives continue to be wasted, and also the homes and infrastructures continue to be destroyed. According to the American sources and also UN sources, also the Israeli government informed and confirmed that those news. The 20 truckloads were allowed into the Gaza Strip. We saw them with our own eyes. Just in the background, you could see the truckloads being prepared, escorted by the United Nations, and also they have the banners of the Palestinian Red Crescent Society. The whole thing was coordinated through the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, through the Egyptian Red Crescent Society, and through the International Committee of the Red Crescent. The 20 truckloads that are allowed to Gaza were a humanitarian aid for the people of Gaza, including food and water. Around 3,000 tons are still waiting on the Egyptian side of Rafah for the sake of just helping the people of Gaza. However, the only allowed quantity was 20 truckloads. The chief executive of the World Food Programme, in a special statement just a couple of minutes ago, said that unfortunately the quantities that are allowed into Gaza are not sufficient to meet the humanitarian need of the people all over the Gaza Strip. Also, Gaza sources, Gaza media official sources were saying that this amount of truckloads is not sufficient to help the people of Gaza with more than, according to their statement, with more than 10,000 of Gazans who are injured. The Israeli authorities did not allow also the flow of fuel into the Gaza Strip. The truckloads of fuel were denied access to the Gaza Strip, and they're still waiting on the Egyptian side because Israeli government did not allow them to cross to Gaza. So it looks like the 20 truckloads are mainly food supplies, water supplies for the people who are affected by the ongoing escalation in Gaza. And there is a very little that can be done with those 20 truckloads, given the fact that Gaza in an average normal day needs around 462 truckloads. So 462, and Gazans are receiving this very time only 20 truckloads. So the possibility of those truckloads changing anything at all in Gaza is very unlikely, or is very nominal. However, the people in Gaza are welcoming such any kind of assistance, and from the other side of the border, this is an act of solidarity. Egyptian activists, Egyptian NGOs have been also mobilizing people in Egypt to donate for the sake of helping people of Gaza, and people of Gaza are appreciating the fact that there is some widespread activism going on all borders and in all the Arab countries for the sake of helping and saving the people of Gaza. But in the meantime, the situation in Gaza is still very volatile. A few minutes ago, there was a house that was bombarded in the Gaza North, and some other houses are still being targeted in different areas of the Gaza Strip, including Khan Yunis and Rafah. And we were positioned now, not long time ago, we could hear a very large explosion to the east area of Rafah, which means that despite the entry of the supplies to Gaza, the situation is still very dire and the bombardment is still ongoing. And that was clearly indicated in the statements of the Israeli government when they said even the flow of the assistance does not mean that there is a humanitarian truce to be observed by both parties. And they proved that by the ongoing targeted, while the trucks that you see in the background were entering the Gaza, the bombardment was taking place in different areas of Gaza. So that is the kind of support that is provided under heavy continuous fire that has been causing widespread devastation in the infrastructures, in the homes, affecting the families and the individuals, and leading to Gazans to a state deepening insecurity and feeling of imminent death, engulfing them all in Gaza. Medical sources stated that the health condition is extremely dire in the sense that 4 hospitals are already out of service, one of which is the Al Ahli hospital that was bombed and where around 400 to 600 Palestinians were killed. Durra Hospital was also out of service. It is in the Gaza North, and because of the evacuation, they are now coming to a full stoppage of their activities. Hamad Hospital was targeted also and is out of service, and a fourth hospital that is in Gaza City. So it looks like even the situation and the burden on the shoulder of the medical teams in Gaza is ever exacerbating. They have to deal with a very large number of people injured and killed. They have to deal with an increasing need for medicines and medical supplies, and there is an increasing pressure also for the need of elective surgeries, and also for surgeries that they need to deal with imminent risk on the lives of the people who are injured. The number of people who are injured is extremely high. Around 14,000 and even more. The number of people who are coming every day to the hospital who and injured is also extremely high. The average number of people killed a day is around 370 Palestinians. In the very first days of this escalation, the average number of people who were killed was around 240, but now 370. Today, the number of people who were killed were 372. So it looks like the number of people who are injured and killed is on the rise. The number of houses that were targeted, affected partially or fully, is in the rise, and the fire continues to target whole the Gaza Strip, not only the area in the south, but also the area in the north. Since the early morning, 58 Palestinians were killed in Khan Yunis governorate only, and the people are still falling injured and killed because of the ongoing bombardment. According to the Palestinian sources, around 400 Palestinians are missing. Missing means that they are still under the rubble of their houses. No one knows whether they are still alive or they are dead, whether they are not injured or whether they are injured, but now they are missing. The civil defense has been trying for the past time to save whomever they can save, and they have been trying with the very limited resources they have. In one of the incidents, the civil defense facility was targeted and 6 people were killed within it. So it looks like that even the civil defense is facing a greater challenge, doing whatever work they're doing. With the bombardment, they're losing the most needed vehicles, the most needed resources they need to continue the rescue work, and they are still operating, and they're still hoping they would be able to save the Palestinians. But it looks like under the prevailing circumstances, the situation is getting even harsher, more difficult, more challenging, and more people would definitely die because of that ongoing bombardment and very lacking situation. Over. UNRWA, in some specific statements made, said that the number of refugees in the Gaza South has reached 1 million Palestinians. I think 500,000 of them are in UNRWA designated shelters. UNRWA designated shelters have been struggling for the sake of catering to the increasing need of the population who are staying in those shelters. According to a statement that was made by one of the directors of one of the shelters, he said, "We are informed by the UNRWA that the UNRWA cannot protect those shelters." 5 different shelters in Gaza City were asked to evacuate because of a statement, because of a warning that was said by the Israeli forces to the UNRWA, telling them that this area is not safe, this area would witness some activity by the Israeli army, and then they are asking the whole area to evacuate. When you are speaking about 5 schools, then you are speaking about a number of around 50,000 Palestinians or even more who are asked to leave those schools and who are asked to leave towards Gaza South. This is such a problematic situation and a challenging situation, and I don't think the Palestinians in the situation they're living now are in a position of doing anything to help themselves. They do not know where to go, and they have no safe haven in Gaza. So that even adds insult to injury, and that even makes things worse for the people of Gaza, and that is also portending that more casualties and more fatalities and more destruction is going to happen in Gaza in the coming hours. That's it. Okay?
2 weeks now since Hamas launched that October 7th attack that saw some 1,400 people killed in Israel. There's some 200 that are believed to have been taken hostage in that attack. We don't know how many are still being held by the Hamas militants. There's others who remain missing. And Anthony Blinken himself said that there are still 10 American citizens unaccounted for, as well as foreign nationals from other countries as well. Blinken also offered sort of a stark view of the world and the different visions of the Middle East after this Hamas attack during his remarks to the press. Let's listen to a little bit more of what he had to say.
We want to see as well the rights and aspirations of the Palestinian people fulfilled in the context of that kind of region. And that's one vision, and it remains very much alive in every conversation that I had. The alternative is equally clear, and it's very stark. It's Hamas, it's Hezbollah, it's Iran, it's destruction, it's death, it's terrorism, it's darkness. So the more we are able to make real that first vision, the more I'm convinced that that's the vision that everyone, or virtually everyone, will subscribe to.
And so in Blinken's remarks, we really hear him laying out this sort of the worldview of the Americans right now, and sort of the real fear in this wider Israel-Hamas war that if Israel goes ahead with this ground offensive, it could draw in Iran and its regional militia allies. We've seen the Houthis launch missiles yesterday that the U.S. Navy shot down. We've seen Israel and Hezbollah to the north in Lebanon exchange fire. So there's a real concern about a regional war breaking out as this ground offensive looms.
For the latest, let's go live to our correspondent Yasser Hakim at the Rafah border crossing. Hello, Yasser. Brief us on the latest there.
Well, as you can see behind me now, there's a mood of celebrations. Obviously, it's not a day or not a time for celebrations because of the atrocities that are happening in the Gaza Strip against the civilian Palestinians. However, here, at least they are in a positive mood because 20 trucks have already passed through the gates today. Around 3 trucks carrying medical aid and equipment from the National Coalition of Charity Organizations, and 18 from the Red Crescent carrying all kinds of aids as well, whether water, food, tents, clothes, fuel for to energy, for the hospitals, generators to be able to work again, for the treatment of the injured in Palestine. Every once in a while now, those 20 are now inside. Some of them are coming back empty. They went inside full of tons of aid, and then they unload behind this gate for other trucks coming from the Palestinian side, which they unload and deliver to the Palestinian trucks, and then they come back here empty. And then more trucks go inside, they unload, and then they come back here empty. And as you can see, they are calling for even more to keep the gate open. The agreement by the U.S. Israel is to try to let in only 20 as a first stage. Egypt is calling for all the aid to go in. The aid is in 20 trucks will not do anything. The 20 trucks will not do anything for 2.3 million Gazans suffering inside. So there are hundreds of trucks in front of me on the other side, behind the camera, waiting to go inside, waiting for the green light, while already the 20 here. And there are others coming on our way to here. There were other trucks on the road coming to add to the ones over here, coming from Cairo by road or coming from Al Arish airport by flights from international destinations. Many countries sending food and aid to the Palestinians. So this is the mood here right now. Unlike the last few days when there was anger, there was frustration, now there is hope. They want more, and Palestinians need much, much more. But at least it's beginning to trickle in. Now we wait and see if more trucks will go in. The first 20 I've already delivered are inside. We don't know yet if they will allow more trucks to come in throughout the day. We're staying here and waiting to see what will happen. Back to you.
Well, Yasser, several countries and international organizations are reported to attend Egypt's International Peace Summit in Cairo on Saturday. What more can you tell us?
Yes, leaders from Gulf countries like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Mahmoud Abbas, the Palestinian president, who ran out of the meeting with U.S. President Joe Biden in Jordan when they were supposed to meet, and he withdrew because of the attack on the hospital, Al-Ahli Ma'madani hospitals in Gaza that killed over 500 civilians. He's here, the UN Secretary General. He came here to Rafah yesterday, and we understand that he will be also at the meeting already taking place in Cairo. This meeting is focusing on three main issues. First issue is obviously to ensure that the humanitarian aid continues and that the border here behind me is open permanently. Not just for a few days, not just for some time to ease public opinion by the Israelis, but Egypt wants it to be open for the long haul so that any aid continues to enter Gaza. Like I said, there are 2.2 million people. How much aid is enough? I mean, for over 2 million people suffering. So Egypt wants this to continue, and this is one of the topics that will be discussed or is discussed at the Cairo meetings taking place at the new administrative capital. Also, the second issue is trying to forge some kind of a ceasefire deal to avoid a ground offensive by Israel on the Palestinians. Obviously, a ground offensive will mean more casualties, more deaths. Obviously, the victims mostly are civilians, women and children. And a ground offensive, obviously, is something that here the leaders are trying to avert. And this is one of the issues on the table. Some of these countries have influence as well. Egypt has influence on Israel with mediation efforts. Qatar, which has managed to mediate efforts to release 2 Americans from Hamas, might also play a role. With Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Turkey is here as well, and other countries from Europe such as Spain. So this is the second issue, trying to have a ceasefire and a cease of any attacks. Third is to try to forge a plan for a permanent peace for the Palestinians. So to end this conflict once and for all, because what's happening now could happen again, and we can see killings now, and even if there's a ceasefire in a day or two, well, this could happen again. It happened 5 times before. Gaza has been under siege 5 times before. This is not the first time. They've suffered a lot, and if it's not attacks, it's blockade, where everything is cut off from the rest of the world. So a permanent ceasefire with Palestine having a sovereign state with its own borders, demilitarized state, is also on the table to try to find a permanent solution to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Those are the 3 main issues on the table in the meetings of the leaders in Cairo. Back to you.
Thank you so much for the update. Yasser Hakim reporting from the Rafah border crossing into the Gaza region. To discuss this, let's bring in Dr. Saeed Sadek, a professor of peace studies at the Egypt-Japan University. He's joining us on the line. Welcome to the program, Professor. So Washington is Israel's main ally, and it's absent from the Cairo Peace Summit. Do you expect anything concrete to actually come out of the summit?
Well, it was expected that they would attend, or at least they would send the Secretary of State. But as you know, both the President Biden and the Secretary of State were here in the area. And I don't think that with the current public opinion in the Middle East against the U.S. and some embassies are taking more precautions and asking the diplomats to leave, and American tourists to take cautions that they wanted to attend. But at least they will follow what will happen, and it would concern more those who would attend, because they feel that the Americans are too biased towards Israel and supporting Israel with all those aircraft carriers and over $105 billion that President Biden asked the Congress to pass to Israel. And so it is very strange that they don't send anybody, but the embassy definitely would follow this summit and will attend and report on what will happen, the final results, because they will have to be also working on pressuring Israel to accept. There is Israeli delegation also attending this summit.
Okay, thank you so much for your insights, Dr. Said Sadek, a professor of the peace studies at the Egypt-Japan University. Thank you so much. And you're watching The World Today. Coming up next, the U.S. Congress remains without a House Speaker.
حبيبي دير بالك على حالك. كيف ايدك؟ ها؟ كيف ايدك؟ هذه 9 وحدات وواحد ولا هات اوكي ان شاء الله ولا يهمك. ماشي ماشي ان شاء الله. ماشي ماشي ولا يهمك. ماشي ماشي. الو اوكي ان شاء الله ولا يهمك. ماشي ماشي. حبيبي
كيف ماشية معك الطاقة؟
100%.
والله يعني وصل زيها؟ بس قديش بدها تقريبا؟ تروح 3 دار كده 500 عملية إنارة خفيفة.
will attend the summit. The list of attendees also includes representatives from Palestine, Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Russia. Jai Jun said the international community should promote a workable solution to the Palestinian question, return to the correct basis of a two-state solution, and realize the peaceful coexistence of Palestine and Israel. Adel El-Mahroui is in Cairo and following up on the summit for us. Adel, welcome to the program. Welcome to the World Today. Adel, we know the agenda of the summit, but who is attending?
Well, there's a list of about 34 countries that has participated in the summit that is ongoing. Among them, about a dozen or so of world leaders, as well as heads of cabinets and foreign ministers and representatives of international organizations like the United Nations Secretary General, the Arab League Secretary General, as well as the African Union Commissioner. So everyone involved in this meeting has been more or less present. There's a quite clear dominance of leaders' presence from the Arab world and the Mediterranean region. That's basically indicates how serious is the regional players involved in the Palestinian crisis and how much they fear implications of that crisis on them. The meeting is ongoing as we speak. In the first open session, it will be followed by a closed session through which the leaders will be discussing a set of plans. The main plan, basically, that the president of Egypt, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, has announced is to reach several steps and try to find how world leaders can cooperate in that regard. Egypt wants basically ceasefire, negotiations for that. Before that step, primarily Egypt wants to see humanitarian access into Gaza to immediately help out the civilians. After the talks to begin for the ceasefire, Egypt believes that there should be another round of negotiations to see the possibility of having talks for peace talks between Palestinians and Israeli resume, and finally, hopefully, the plan should be ending with a two-state solution. That's basically the steps that Egypt divided the processes for the world leaders to be discussing on about how to push that forward.
All right, Adel, with that being said, I guess the question that really needs to be asked is, what should we expect from this particular meeting, following up on other meetings that have taken place in the Middle East?
Well, basically, Richard, because of the diversity of the world leaders attending, we're not expecting executive measures because by nature, all of these countries, at the end of the day, they belong to other regional organizations or an international body like the United Nations. And therefore, they will be setting sort of an agenda of what their governments will be following in terms of policies towards the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And therefore, from that, this should later on translate into resolutions through the correspondent organizations like the United Nations, the African Union, and the Arab League, and the European Union. And therefore, it is not expected to hear like these countries agreed to implement something on the ground, but rather for general policies that these countries will be pushing for.
All right, Adel El-Mahroui in Cairo, thank you for your insights and analysis. Much appreciated. Now, two newly freed American hostages have reunited with family inside Israel nearly 2 weeks after being taken hostage by Hamas. Hamas says the two women were freed for humanitarian reasons in response to mediation efforts by Qatar. Associated Press News Director John Gambrell has more from Jerusalem.
They're the first that we've known to come out. They are Judith and her daughter Natalie Renan. They are from suburban Chicago in the U.S. state of Illinois. The Israelis took an image of them after they came out of the Gaza Strip. There was a senior Israeli official between the two of them holding each other, holding their hands on each side. The daughter was wearing a gray hoodie. The mother was in a blue blouse. Both looked very tired. They were going to be taken on by Israeli military officials to meet with American diplomats and likely doctors to check them out and make sure they're okay. They've been held for about 2 weeks now since Hamas launched that October 7th attack that saw some 1,400 people killed in Israel. There's some 200 that are believed to have been taken hostage in that attack. We don't know how many are still being held by the Hamas militants. There's others who remain missing. And Anthony Blinken himself said that there are still 10 American citizens unaccounted for, as well as foreign nationals from other countries as well. Blinken also offered sort of a stark view of the world and the different visions of the Middle East after this Hamas attack during his remarks to the press. Let's listen to a little bit more of what he had to say.
We want to see as well the rights and aspirations of the Palestinian people fulfilled in the context of that kind of region. And that's one vision, and it remains very much alive in every conversation that I had. The alternative is equally clear, and it's very stark. It's Hamas, it's Hezbollah, it's Iran, it's destruction, it's death, it's terrorism, it's darkness. So the more we are able to make real that first vision, the more I'm convinced that that's the vision that everyone, or virtually everyone, will subscribe to.
And so in Blinken's remarks, we really hear him laying out this sort of the worldview of the Americans right now, and sort of the real fear in this wider Israel-Hamas war that if Israel goes ahead with this ground offensive, it could draw in Iran and its regional militia allies. We've seen the Houthis launch missiles yesterday that the U.S. Navy shot down. We've seen Israel and Hezbollah to the north in Lebanon exchange fire. So there's a real concern about a regional war breaking out as this ground offensive looms.
All right, we are joined by CGTN Stephanie Freed in Tel Aviv and Akram al-Satari in Gaza. Both of you, welcome to the world today. Let's begin with you, Stephanie. Israel has vowed to fight until victory. What does this mean, and how does Israel plan to achieve this?
Well, the defense minister laid out a three-pronged plan, a three-phase plan of Israel's the view of achieving victory, the view of more of the long haul, long term, and that's because that was posed to Israel numerous times, specifically by the U.S. administration. Yes, there is a plan for you're at war, and yes, you're poised to go in by ground, but what about the long haul? So as it stands now, what the defense minister laid out, the first phase is the phase that Israel is in now, which is military. It's hits by land, air, sea, and that continues, so which is assaults. As well, the part of this plan is to take out, or the aim of this plan is to take out Hamas operatives, Hamas positions, and so on. Then the next phase, phase two, would be more precise strikes, if you will, missions, perhaps. Then those are very targeted missions. Again, the idea being there, the interpretation is to go in, take out Hamas leaders, Hamas positions, Hamas command and control centers, basically the entire Hamas apparatus in Gaza. It doesn't detail, does that second phase mean that's the ground invasion phase? We don't know. And then the third phase is an overhaul in terms of what Gaza looks like in the future. A new regime in Gaza, and Israel ensuring that Hamas no longer is in Gaza, doesn't control Gaza, there's a new regime in place, as well a new relationship between Israel and Gaza, because up until now there has been somewhat of an intertwined relationship that you have workers, laborers coming in on a daily basis, not right now, but in the past, from Gaza into Israel. They have work permits, and there's an understanding in the intelligence community that there definitely was help with this massacre that happened 2 weeks ago, help by internal operatives who were watching, who were taking notes, and who helped with the planning of all this. So dismantling or separating Israel from Gaza economically, and so on, that's the third phase.
All right, Stephanie, thank you for bringing those important points to our attention. We have Akram Satari standing by, and we'd like you to stand by for more questions. But in the meantime, let's bring Akram into this conversation. Akram, thank you so much. There has been a continued heavy overnight bombardment of Gaza. Akram, what is the latest on the ground over there?
Well, the latest is the fact that there is more bombardment taking place in different areas of Gaza. Not far away from us, around the Rafah crossing, there were at least 3 different huge bombardments hitting the 3 different directions, the north, the south and the east parts of the Rafah city. The Israeli authorities allowed the entry of 20 truckloads to the Gaza Strip just half an hour ago, and those 20 truckloads, some of them are gloves. Some of them, I think, two truckloads are diapers. So the quantity and also the quality of the things that were allowed in Gaza are not of a paramount importance when it comes to the life-saving effort that is needed inside the Gaza hospital and the very large influx of people and the IDPs who are affected by the ongoing Israeli bombardment that has been also rendering more of the Palestinians, IDPs, internally displaced people in the UNRWA schools and in the host communities in the different parts of the southern Gaza Strip. So the situation continues to exacerbate by the minute. There were some hopes that there would be a humanitarian ceasefire observed during the entry of the truckloads, but there was no such a thing, and the fire continued from the Israeli side, even when, and I think from the Palestinian side as well, even when the truckloads were entering the Gaza Strip. They were entering the Gaza Strip through the support and the coordination between the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, the Egyptian Red Crescent Society, the Qatari Red Crescent Society, and also the United Nations. And they said it's going to be used in the different shelters run by the UNRWA, and they are not going to make to Hamas hands because Israel threatened if they make it to Hamas, and I'm not sure how would they be able even to verify they made it to Hamas, they would be targeting the truckload. So the situation continues to be very dire. The bombardment continues, the devastation continues, and the death and injuries are falling by the second, not by the minute in the Gaza Strip.
All right, thanks for that. Stephanie Freed in Tel Aviv and Akram Al-Satari, thank you so much for your insights. Much appreciated. Well, that is it for this edition of The World Today. I'll be
and I quote him, "We will not leave. We will not leave, we will not leave," in reference to the ongoing war on Gaza and the displacement of about over 1 million citizens and expectations of more to be displaced as this war continues. In general, the same notion has been repeated by heads of states who have opened the speech of the Cairo Summit for Peace, including President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi of Egypt, King Abdullah of Jordan, and South Africa's President Ramaphosa, who've also repeated that, actually explaining even further, showing the gravity of the situation that the Palestinians have been living in for decades, and showing also that South Africa understands quite well, more than any country, how the living conditions for the Palestinian who are facing, according to President Ramaphosa, an apartheid, as did South Africans before. But in general, also the main call for all the leaders was mainly to end all kinds of hostilities, to immediately help humanitarian aid to reach Palestinians, and try to reach a permanent and final solution through the establishment of a two-state solution. So basically, this is the demand of what most leaders have been talking about, but there is a general understanding that putting priority the humanitarian condition and the immediate cessation of all hostilities, everyone seems so far to be on board.
All right, Adel, so far, what has been agreed on in the summit, if you can tell us?
It's still a bit early for that, Richard. Basically, this is what is going on right now as we speak, is the opening session. Leaders from about 34 countries and heads of governments and foreign ministers are giving their speech to the media in an open session. But after that, the meeting, the summit, will be behind closed doors, through which the discussions will be ongoing. But what appears to be on the agenda is more or less a plan that President el-Sisi introduced to the speakers and to the guests of Egypt during that summit. Basically, and in terms of steps, President Sisi wants, first of all, an immediate safe corridor to make humanitarian aid stranded in Rafah on the Egyptian side to enter to Gaza and help civilians. That's step one. Step two would be to begin a round of negotiations, mediation and talks to reach a ceasefire. And from that, the Egyptian president wants the third step to be a bigger influence from the international community on both sides, the Israelis and Palestinians, to revive talks for the peace talks that have been stumbling for many years. And finally, to reach what the UN resolutions and Security Council resolutions have earlier dictated, of having a two-state solution, an independent Palestinian state. President Mahmoud Abbas of Palestine has added a further demand, that is for the United Nations to accept and recognize Palestine as a full member of the organization, instead of just being a monitor state or having less rights as an independent state as other nations, that they have full membership of that organization. So these are basically the demands on the table and the plan that world leaders will be trying to find a way about how to push these forward.
All right, Adel Al-Mahroui in Cairo, thank you for your insights and analysis. U.S. President Joe Biden and European Union leaders delivered a message of unity Friday, saying they will stand by Israel and Ukraine. But the show of unity is overshadowed by the political paralysis in the U.S. Congress, which could hamper American aid for its allies. Owen Faircloth has more.
The European Union and the US are united over Israel's right to defend itself against Hamas. But trade tensions accelerated by the race for technological superiority have long divided both sides. So they're holding bilateral summits to resolve them. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen making her second visit to US President Joe Biden at the White House on Friday. They've agreed to try to work together more to amass minerals critical for things like the production of lithium batteries that fuel electric cars, an integral part of both sides' visions to build carbon-neutral economies. But Biden's use of hundreds of billions of dollars in subsidies to spark investment in green energy has prompted complaints of protectionism by the EU. And the EU is still smarting from tariffs imposed by Biden's predecessor Donald Trump, predominantly on steel imports. The Biden administration has suspended those tariffs until the end of October, while both sides negotiate a path forward. But there are concerns that unless they can reach an agreement on how to stop their respective trade policies harming each other, the US tariffs will be reimposed. Owen Fairclough, CGTN, Washington.
And doesn't Israeli ground offensive. Our correspondent in Gaza, Noura Harzin, has more.
Ghazal Abu Msallam, 10 years old, is a Swedish citizen. With her father, she has been sleeping outside the Rafah border crossing between Gaza and Egypt for 5 days now. Ghazal and her father, Mahmoud, lived in Gaza for 8 months before the Israel-Hamas conflict began. Even though they had plans to settle down in the coastal enclave, now they wish to leave the Gaza Strip.
We're in a dangerous situation. There are airstrikes on the border. My daughter saw dead kids near her, women, elderly. My kid is traumatized from the bombings. She wakes up suddenly at night, running to the street. I tell her not to be afraid. The embassy will help us. The Swedish embassy will help us.
Other Palestinians with dual nationalities have also taken shelter in homes close to the border between Egypt and Gaza in order to leave the Gaza Strip as soon as possible. Following Israel's evacuation order, more than 1 million Palestinians living in northern Gaza have fled their homes. Egypt has said Palestinians need to remain on their own land, but it is trying to facilitate the humanitarian aid convoy.
There are humanitarian trucks on the Rafah border, but we haven't received any aid until now. We call upon the international community to hurry and help us and bring us the medical supplies so we can save the lives of those injured. Because any more delay will lead to a health catastrophe in Gaza.
The Rafah border is the sole route between the Gaza Strip and Egypt and serves as a vital link between Gaza and the rest of the world. Egyptian authorities closed the crossing on the 10th of October, following a series of Israeli airstrikes on the border. Noura Harzin, CGTN, Gaza.
The withdrawal of French troops from Niger has nearly reached the halfway mark of the promised drawdown of 1,450 troops.
ابو العبيد الو يا حاج يلا هاي نبلشوا. هاي تقريبا ضايل شحنه واحده جوا، هاي مصفين سطر واحد ولا هيك. ضايل شحنه واحده جوا. استنى هاي 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 15 بالعدد، شكله في 5 جوا. 15 صفين سطر واحد من عند المعبر لا تقلقش عم ولا ماشي ولا هو دير بالك الشارع الوراني، الشارع الوراني مش البوابة اللي جنب البوابة تبعت الشارع. فاهم كيف؟ ايوه مش بوابة معبر رفح، لا الشارع اللي على اليمين. لو سعر شريط عادوا محمل 19 غيروا حمل عليها. نزل عدد محمود هوا هو هوا
Hakeem, thanks for keeping a close eye on the developments there. That was Yasser Hakeem at the Rafah border crossing. Niger's junta says it has foiled an attempt by ousted President Mohamed Bazoum to escape from detention in Niamey. The former
دخلوا المصري خلوا الفلسطيني قاعدين يفضلوا لا رجعوا لا الزلمه يا معلم كل النهار خلصت؟ بعد تسليم صورة
والله ما انا عارف يا جماعه سالني او شغال شغال حماد ايوه عندك لسه نستنى كل هالمده خلينا نستنى ربع ساعه. ايش شغال الشرايح معاك ولا قاعد في الظل تحت. هنا درج طب خذ لا تحت انا مالناش لازم. خذ امسك شغال الشرايح معاك تمام؟ ايه اه شغال. ايه السلك ولا ابو جعفر؟ السلك. قاعد سيارة حاجة منه صح؟ شافش مباشر خلص شافش مباشر ضريت الضوء زيك مرة روحنا يقول انت يلا اطلع لايف والله روحنا فيش حد طالع فيش سامع كريم هيني تحت اذا بدك اشياء. بسلامتك يا حبيبي الله يعطيك الف عافيه بدري. بروح انزل اعمل سلايف تحت في قمه على الهواء الفاضي يعني مش عارف. اخذوا 4 لايفات بستك. كيف؟ انا طبشنا من الشمس هالكثر. يلا نحل نحل بالليل زي يعني كمصور لا كويس الشغل كويس. ابو العبيد الو ابو العبيد ابو العبيد يلا هي مبلش يطلع على مدخل صلاح الدين بلش يخشوا على مدخل شارع صلاح الدين. لا مش هيطلع لسه بده يعبد يرسل طريق لغيره. الشاحنات بلشت تدخل بس دير بالك هم بيمشوا بوقفوا يعني حيوقفوا على باب شارع صلاح الدين. فاهم كيف؟ يلا سلام.
اوكي خلاص 5 دقائق يقولوا انه شحنات على اوكي Please test mic. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Reporting from crossing. Hello. Yes. Positive. Say yes. طيب شغال. Please can talk to Aishwi. انا اعزمك اياه على امل ان شاء الله الفاس 17 يعني ما اعرفش عاد في كمان لسه ولا
check in with CGTN reporter Huang Yue live in Jerusalem. Huang Yue, after a week of preparations, does Israel seem ready for that widely expected ground offensive on Gaza?
Yes, Zhongxu. So in recent days, Israel has been sending the messages to the outside world that the ground operation will start very soon. And these days, we've been trying to visit some border towns. Yesterday, we went to a town called Be'eri, which is only about a few kilometers away from the border of Gaza. And it's among several towns, it's among several of the communities that had been attacked by the Hamas militant on October the 7th. And over 100 residents of that town were reported being killed by the Hamas militant. And outside that community, we saw several tanks stationed, and that includes the Merkava 3, which is known as the man battle tanks of the Israeli army. You know, the soldiers there were not allowed to talk to media, but we saw them loading ammunition, food, fuel, water, and other necessities, and the move was believed to be the final stage preparation before the war. So earlier yesterday, Israeli defense minister laid out the objectives of its war in Gaza. He said there will be three phases in total. So, and it's now during the first phase, which includes airstrikes and soon a ground maneuver. And the purpose is to damage the operatives and infrastructure so that to destroy the Hamas. And the second phase will be continued fighting, but with lower intensity as the troops work to eliminate pockets of resistance. And the third stage will be the creation of a new security regime in the Gaza Strip.
Huang Yue, we know clashes also persist near the border between southern Lebanon and northern Israel, the deadliest since a full-blown war in 2006. Talk to us about the latest situation there also.
Yes, the Israeli Defense Forces said it had carried out a number of strikes overnight on numerous Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon in response to the anti-tank missile and rocket attacks by the group. You know, Hezbollah has been intensified its engagement with Israel after the October 7th Hamas surprise attack, but the current exchange of fires has not yet been escalated to a full-scale confrontation. So you know, the town near the border of Lebanon, a town called Kiryat Shmona. 20,000 residents had been evacuated from the town, and because of the recent exchange of fires. And it's not just because of that town. There are many border towns had been evacuated, including the town called Sderot, which we visited several days ago. It's totally empty, and the closest point of Sderot near the border is only about 8 meters away. So you know, we moved from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem this morning, and before that, when we tried to book the hotel for ourselves, we were told that all hotels in the western part of Jerusalem will not receive new guests anymore because they were told by the army to clear their rooms for the people evacuated from the border. And now we are located in Jerusalem. As you can see behind me is the old city of Jerusalem, which is quite a popular tourist destination. But now, as you can see, it's really quiet. You can see no tourists. You can see not many cars, no traffic jams. It's not just because it's Saturday today. It's also because of the current situation.
CGTN's Huang Yue live in Jerusalem for us today. Huang Yue, we appreciate that update. Thank you. Please take care. Our Yasser Hakim is at that Rafah crossing on the Egyptian side and joins us with an update. Yasser, humanitarian supplies have finally made their way into besieged Gaza. How have things unfolded this morning at the Rafah crossing?
Yes, it started early in the morning when the news broke out that the border crossing will be open from the Palestinian side to receive the trucks here and the convoys that are coming for the aid. Throughout the last few hours, there were 20 trucks that were allowed inside the border behind me here to the other side. And those trucks, each truck went in and they gathered inside in the area between the Palestinian and the Egyptian borders or gates. So here behind me, there is around a few hundred meters behind this gate, of empty area, and then you have the fence concerning the Palestinian side. Now in this area, the trucks would meet the Palestinian trucks, so the Egyptian trucks would go inside, they would meet the empty Palestinian trucks, and they would unload from the Egyptian into the Palestinian, and then they would go back. And this process took a few hours to get 20 trucks inside. As we understand, 2 trucks were for the WHO, and the 18 were from the Red Crescent and the National Alliance for Charity Organizations. There was also for the WHO, the Red Crescent, and the Alliance. Now, these included medical aid, which is a vital component, including water, food, and also tents and other kinds of humanitarian aid, fuel as well for the generators in the hospitals, so that they can start working again, because according to the health ministry in Palestine or in Gaza and the WHO, the hospitals in Gaza are nearly collapsing, and the infrastructure there is totally collapsed, and they much need those aid shipments. Back to you.
Yasser, 20 trucks of aid supplies is a drop in the bucket, far from enough for the 2.4 million residents of Gaza, especially considering the number of displaced and the injured. We know that the Rafah crossing closed after those trucks made their way through. Any word on whether and when more aid would be made available and would be allowed to move into the enclave again?
Well, at the moment, the situation here has calmed down. In the morning, it was a lot of activity, getting the trucks in, getting people out. There were many volunteers here. But now it kind of slowed down and died down. So the impression now is that it seems like it will remain at 20, the ones that already have delivered the aid, and the hundreds waiting outside are not going to move today. So this is obviously extremely frustrating for the ones here, and obviously, of course, for the Palestinians. What would 20 trucks do, like you said, for 2.3 million people or 2.2 million people who are in dire need of aid, and people who are killed every day, others who need treatment, who need a lot of attention and aid, medical equipment, medical medicine, and so forth. So obviously 20 is just something that is symbolic, if you can if you can say. But when it depends, when we can see others coming in, well, it depends on 2 things. Obviously, this is being discussed right now at the summit in Egypt, in Cairo, hosted by the Egyptian president, with Arab leaders and international leaders as well. This is one of the topics they are discussing, how to make the aid convoys going in something that is sustainable and on a continuous basis, not just for 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days. But Egypt said that it will leave this border open permanently from its side, and it just wants to make sure that Israel does not bombard it again, because it has happened the last 4 days, so it can go in. Also, it depends on whether Israel would maybe say that a condition to have more trucks in is to release the foreigners from there. So it is quite depending on how top officials will be dealing with the situation.
Yasser Hakim live at the Rafah crossing for us today. Yasser, thank you so much. And let's also check in with CGTN correspondent Akram Al-Sattar in Gaza. Akram, the first batch of humanitarian aid has arrived in Gaza, but as our Yasser was saying just now, it is frustrating that more was not allowed in, that things are not moving faster. Do we know anything about how this aid will be distributed for now?
Like rightly Yasser said, that aid is going to be received by the WHO, World Health Organization, by the International Committee of the Red Cross, that is going also to deliver it to Palestinian Red Crescent Society. The Palestinian Red Crescent Society is going to distribute it to the people who are IDPs and to the people who are affected. The fact matter that we have received only 20 truckloads. 20 truckloads, like you rightly said, for 2.4 million Palestinians. I spoke to one of the NGO staff, and they were telling me that what was said and the quantity that was allowed into Gaza is more like a silly joke rather than an attempt to help and save the lives of the people. 20 truckloads for 2.4 million Palestinians, that normally on a normal day, and I keep seeing that, need more than 462 truckloads. So they are trying to prioritize. Even there are some concerns about the quality of the things that were provided and the nature of those things. They allowed, for instance, diapers for elderly people. They allowed gloves, one container that is full of gloves, and that makes around 2 or 3 or 4 containers that filled with the gloves and with the diapers. So I think the effort is much appreciated by the Palestinians, but still it's not right to the point and is not the extent they want to see the assistance flowing into the Gaza Strip. The Arab leaders are meeting in the summit, and Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, the Egyptian president, hosted them. And to the Palestinians, it's very weird that many Arab leaders are convening all together and they cannot make and hinder the flow of the assistance to Gaza Strip through this Rafah crossing. Rafah crossing is a Palestinian-Egyptian crossing. Israel has no control whatsoever over it, and Palestinians are puzzled as to how can the Arab powers not be able to allow and hinder the flow of the assistance to the people of Palestine. They have been wondering, they have been asking, they have been shocked, and they have been expecting a little after all those things that have been happening. However, people in Palestine expect more of the trucks to come. They are not aware when or how they will enter Gaza, but in the meantime, it was declared that the Rafah crossing was closed again, and they are waiting to know when it will be open and whether the summit that is now taking place in the Egyptian side will bring them some comfort and ease, if ever.
Akram, the Israeli military has continued its intense and non-stop airstrikes on Gaza. Can you give us an update on the latest round of Israeli attacks?
After the previous bulletin, I told you that there were 3 different explosions in the 3 different corners of Rafah area, east, west, and south, and that bombardment has continued in wrecking different areas of Rafah. And we have also been receiving news about heavy bombardment taking place in Gaza North, in Gaza Middle Zone, and in Khan Yunis. It looks like the bombardment is keeping a steady level of targeting and of destruction as well. The bombs that are being used, the type of explosive, the impact, the number of injuries, the number of people killed, and the devastation that has been caused to the infrastructure is massive. And every time there is a bombardment, the very same impact, the very same images, the very same destruction, and the very same suffering is continuous amongst the civilians in Gaza. Of course, Israel says that they have been targeting military targets, but we as journalists have a difficulty understanding what military targets they are talking about and whether what they are doing is for the sake of just destroying Hamas power or rather destroying the resilience and the existence of the Palestinians in Gaza.
Akram al-Satari live in Gaza for us this hour. Akram, thank you so much for that update. Both Yasser and Akram mentioned that Egypt is hosting an international conference to discuss the conflict in Gaza between Israel and the Palestinian group Hamas. CGTN's Adel El-Marouki joins me from Cairo with more on that conference. Adel, the summit comes at a critical time. What are the key messages from the gathering? More importantly, can we expect anything to be agreed on?
Key messages from leaders like the Palestinian president, Mahmoud Abbas, was simply brief, but to the point. The Palestinian president insisted that the Palestinians will not leave, and I'm quoting the Palestinian president, and he repeated that 3 times to ensure that whatever is going on in Gaza and hostilities he spoke about in the West Bank and in Jerusalem against Palestinians will not make the Palestinians let go of their land and leave to go somewhere. This is somewhere else, of course. This comes in response to the notions of forced migration that may be attempted by the ongoing strikes on Gaza. Iraqi Prime Minister al-Sudani has also made a remarkable point to the world and the international community, mainly indicating that if previous United Nations Security Council resolutions of a two-state solution that should have guaranteed an independent state for the Palestinians, if these resolutions have been implemented, if Israel has also applied the resolutions of stopping the settlements and expanding its territories, the Iraqi Prime Minister says that this will not have led to the ongoing crisis and violence that we're seeing at the current stage. Finally, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi has set 4 main points for the conference to be discussed. First is to guarantee a safe corridor for humanitarian aid to continue sustainably into Gaza. Second, to have the international community help Egypt and Jordan, the 2 main Arab mediators in this crisis, to open a round of mediation and talks for a ceasefire, which from the Egyptian president's plan should lead to the revival of peace talks between the Palestinians and Israelis, and hopefully that may end one day, maybe soon or later on, to an independent Palestinian state, something that all Arab leaders, European leaders, African leaders who are in the summit called for, to have peaceful existence between the Palestinians and the Israelis without anyone threatening or harming the other.
Adel, China's envoy for Middle East issues, Zhai Jun, was also present at the summit. What was the message from the envoy?
Well, as we were speaking just before this live, he has not taken his turn yet into the role of speakers. However, we know that China's stance towards the Palestinian crisis has been very much welcomed to that of the Arab nations and Palestine itself. Since this crisis began, China has been calling for the cessation of all forms of hostilities, and also stressing that the only way for a permanent solution is a two-state solution for the Palestinians and for the Israelis to have lasting peace. This is almost identical to the Arab stance, and that's why China's involvement and political stance in this crisis has always been welcomed by Arabs, which they believe is the same target that they are achieving, as though China is keen to have the same stability and peace that the Arabs here are hoping for.
Adel El-Marouki live in Cairo for us. Adel, thank you so much as well. And earlier we talked to Dr. Saeed Sadak, professor of peace studies at Egypt-Japan University, on what to expect from the peace summit. Take a listen.
Well, it was expected that they would attend, or at least they would send the Secretary of State. But as you know, both the President Biden and the Secretary of State were here in the area. And I don't think that with the current public opinion in the Middle East against the U.S. and some embassies are taking more precautions and asking the diplomats to leave and American tourists to take cautions that they wanted to attend. But at least they will follow what will happen, and it would concern more those who would attend, because we feel that the Americans are too biased towards Israel and supporting Israel with all those aircraft carriers and over $105 billion that President Biden asked the Congress to pass to Israel. And so it is very strange that they don't send anybody, but the embassy definitely would follow this summit and will attend and report on what will happen, the final results, because they will have to be also working on pressuring Israel to accept. There is Israeli delegation also attending this summit.
And time now for a brief look at world headlines we're following for you. The U.S. Congress remains without a speaker after hardline Republican Jim Jordan failed in his third bid and dropped out of the race. Republicans then voted to revoke Jordan's nomination in a closed-door meeting. It is not clear who Republicans might turn to next. Trade negotiators from the United States and European Union said talks on tariffs would continue after failed attempts to settle trade disputes at a White House summit on Friday. Washington said it would continue providing relief from tariffs.
الاحتلال هذا.
Our top story this hour. Israel has warned humanitarian groups in the Gaza Strip to evacuate a major hospital and 5 schools as it amasses tanks and troops around the enclave. The conflict has entered its 3rd week with over 4,200 Palestinians and 1,400 Israelis killed. Palestinian media reports that an Israeli aircraft struck 6 homes in northern Gaza earlier today, killing at least 8. The United Nations Humanitarian Affairs Office says nearly a third of all homes in Gaza have been damaged since the conflict broke out. The Israeli defense minister has laid out a 3-stage plan to end Hamas's rule in Gaza. Ross Cullen has more from Tel Aviv.
Yoav Gallant is the defense secretary, and he's been giving an update about the phased approach to Israel's war against Hamas. He says there will be 3 stages, to start with the airstrikes and ground operations. Well, that's already got underway. There was the retaliatory airstrike campaign that began immediately after the Hamas attacks on the 7th of October. That is continuing to this day. There have been more strikes on Gaza Friday. That ground operation is widely expected, highly anticipated if that does get going in the coming days. Then phase 2 would be to try to defeat the resistance. That ground operation inside urban warfare could well lead to this long-running insurgency that some people believe could happen. Hamas insurgents hiding out, using tunnels, IEDs and booby traps and so forth. And then the final phase, Yoav Gallant says, would be this cessation of the responsibility from Israel for the Gaza Strip, saying that after that Israel would want to create a new security reality for its citizens, saying it has no designs on reconquering the Gaza Strip.
Tensions are mounting inside the U.S. State Department over President Joe Biden's approach to the ongoing Israel-Palestine conflict. American news website HuffPost cited one State Department official saying a mutiny was brewing within the department. 2 officials told the news outlet that diplomats are preparing what's called an internal dissent cable to the agency's leaders. Earlier, a senior official in the department's Bureau of Political Military Affairs resigned over the U.S. decision to boost lethal arms transfers to Israel. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has acknowledged the conflict's emotional toll in a letter to employees on Thursday. The White House has asked Congress for nearly $106 billion to fund Israel and Ukraine. Dozens of Palestinians with dual nationality are fleeing to the Rafah border crossing between Gaza and Egypt. They're spending the night outside the gate, waiting to evacuate ahead of an expected Israeli ground offensive. Our correspondent in Gaza, Noor Harazin, has more.
Ghazal Abu Musallam, 10 years old, is a Swedish citizen. With her father, she has been sleeping outside the Rafah border crossing between Gaza and Egypt for 5 days now. Ghazal and her father, Mahmoud, lived in Gaza for 8 months before the Israel-Hamas conflict began. Even though they had plans to settle down in the coastal enclave, now they wish to leave the Gaza Strip.
We're in a dangerous situation. There are airstrikes on the border. My daughter saw dead kids near her, women, elderly. My kid is traumatized from the bombings. She wakes up suddenly at night, running to the street. I tell her not to be afraid. The embassy will help us. The Swedish embassy will help us.
Other Palestinians with dual nationalities have also taken shelter in homes close to the border between Egypt and Gaza in order to leave the Gaza Strip as soon as possible. Following Israel's evacuation order, more than 1 million Palestinians living in northern Gaza have fled their homes. Egypt has said Palestinians need to remain on their own land, but it is trying to facilitate the humanitarian aid convoy.
There are humanitarian trucks on the Rafah border, but we haven't received any aid until now. We call upon the international community to hurry and help us and bring us the medical supplies so we can save the lives of those injured. Because any more delay will lead to a health catastrophe in Gaza.
The Rafah border is the sole route between the Gaza Strip and Egypt and serves as a vital link between Gaza and the rest of the world. Egyptian authorities closed the crossing on the 10th of October, following a series of Israeli airstrikes on the border. Noor Harwazin, CGTN, Gaza.
Now, I want to discuss the ongoing conflict with Professor Majid Botros, head of the Department of Political Science at Helwan University in Cairo. Professor Majid, thank you for joining us. Now, we heard earlier Israeli Defense Minister laying out a three-stage plan to end Hamas's rule in Gaza. If the ground operations do take place, what will the clashes look like, considering the military strength on both sides?
Okay. If you let me just give you a hint of what's going on before I directly answer this question. Now, this is to analyze the situation. It is a geostrategic issue that's cascading down to geopolitical, cascading to military action. Now, what's happening now? The plan of Israel is to liquidate the Palestinian issue. How? Is to immigrate, make the Palestinians immigrate, cleansing the Palestinians from Gaza. So directly answering your question, what's happening now is they are trying to pave the way demographically and geographically. Demographically, like throwing the or pushing out the population from Gaza, and geographically, like demolishing all story buildings so that they can, when they enter, they can deal with militants. So the idea, the militants are in their bunkers and their tunnels. So what's happening now is they have a plan, a tactic, a military tactic. This tactic change over time on the ground. So based on the progress and developments of the battles, they might change and alter their tactics. I believe that even when they clear out the buildings and push out the people, they will still have strong resistance from the militants because they are back in their tunnels and they can come out and go in whenever they need. That's my analysis, because you cannot. Yes, please.
Now, the third phase, Israel says, is a new security regime, along with the removal of Israel's responsibility for life in the Gaza Strip. Now, what are the consequences of this?
I mean, without going into sentimental statements, this is a liquidation of the Palestinian problem by throwing out the ball, the fireball, to the Egypt's government. What's happening now? They are trying to have a de facto geostrategic, political realities in Gaza, like by liquidating the Palestinian issues, like pushing out the Palestinians again after 1948 and 1967 from their land, the territories. They want to clear the territories so that they can have a de facto situation. They are not trying to give it back to the Palestinian issues. One note has to be clearly stated, that Israel has a strategic interest in keeping Hamas for all those years. Why? To split down the Palestinian Authority, between the legal and legitimate authority of Fatah and the people in Gaza, so that they can allege that they don't have other eligible partner to negotiate with. Now they say, who are the Palestinians? Are we going to negotiate with Hamas or with Fatah? So they had a strategic interest in splitting the Palestinians. Now, when they realized that the infant has grown up and can stand up in their face and hurt them, so they started to change their strategy. They want to clear the land.
Yeah. Professor, sorry, just very quickly, I want to ask you, Egypt is hosting a peace summit today. How optimistic are you of any diplomatic progress?
Now, I teach my students that this is a realism world, not idealism world. So Egypt is pivotal in the Middle East because it's a regional power. I am, to have a direct answer to your question, I am not optimistic because Palestine now is trying to be liquidated, the area, and the Western powers are endorsing unconditionally the Israelis, which is the sole occupation force after the dark legacy of imperialism. So what do you expect? I mean, they are going to impose their will on the ground. Egypt is trying to get what it can. What it can is not much because of the political realities.
All right, Professor Majid, thank you very much for your time and your perspectives. Two newly freed American hostages have reunited with family inside Israel, nearly 2 weeks after being taken hostage by Hamas. Hamas says the two women were freed for humanitarian reasons in response to mediation efforts by Qatar. Associated Press News Director John Cambrell has more from Jerusalem.
They're the first that we've known to come out. They are Judith and her daughter Natalie Renan. They are from suburban Chicago in the U.S. state of Illinois. The Israelis took an image of them after they came out of the Gaza Strip. There was a senior Israeli official between the two of them holding their hands on each side. The daughter was wearing a gray hoodie. The mother was in a blue blouse. Both looked very tired. They were going to be taken on by Israeli military officials to meet with American diplomats and likely doctors to check them out and make sure they're okay. They've been held for about 2 weeks now since Hamas launched that October 7th attack that saw some 1,400 people killed in Israel. There's some 200 that are believed to have been taken hostage in that attack. We don't know how many are still being held by the Hamas militants. There's others who remain missing. And Anthony Blinken himself said that there are still 10 American citizens unaccounted for, as well as foreign nationals from other countries as well. Blinken also offered sort of a stark view of the world and the different visions of the Middle East after this Hamas attack during his remarks to the press. Let's listen to a little bit more of what he had to say.
We want to see as well the rights and aspirations of the Palestinian people fulfilled in the context of that kind of region. And that's one vision, and it remains very much alive in every conversation that I had. The alternative is equally clear, and it's very stark. It's Hamas, it's Hezbollah, it's Iran, it's destruction, it's death, it's terrorism, it's darkness. So the more we are able to make real that first vision, the more I'm convinced that that's the vision that everyone, or virtually everyone, will subscribe to.
And so in Blinken's remarks, we really hear him laying out this sort of the worldview of the Americans right now, and sort of the real fear in this wider Israel-Hamas war that if Israel goes ahead with this ground offensive, it could draw in Iran and its regional militia allies. We've seen the Houthis launch missiles yesterday that the U.S. Navy shot down. We've seen Israel and Hezbollah to the north in Lebanon exchange fire. So there's a real concern about a regional war breaking out as this ground offensive looms.
A formation of Israeli tanks and other military equipment has been positioned near Kibbutz Be'eri in southern Israel near Gaza. Israel appears ready to launch their ground invasion. Our reporter Huang Wei is at the scene and filed this report earlier.
This is outside the Kibbutz Be'eri, and you can see there are several tanks stationed here. And here you can feel the tension, because now, as you can see behind me, these soldiers they look like they're making the final preparations. And just now I saw them loading those preparations to the tanks, like the food, the water, all these preparation materials, all those necessities.
Tens of thousands of protesters took to the streets in several capital cities of Muslim-majority nations on Friday, demanding Israel end its deadly attacks on Gaza. The marches come as Israel's forces prepare for a ground offensive into the territory. Benji Haya has more.
A conflict at risk of escalating. These people want it to stop before more blood is shed. The effects of this war are spilling over, now in flaming passions across much of the Arab world. In Jordan, prayers for those in dire straits just over the border. In Tunisia, where a synagogue was set on fire, a different tone, collective anger drawing calls for the declaration of jihad. The plight of Palestinians, they say, shared by every Muslim worldwide. Egypt, a rallying cry. At a mosque in Cairo, signs of unity with Gaza and fury towards their own government, which is refusing to let in refugees stuck in what the United Nations describes as a hellhole. Aid is expected to start flowing through the Rafah crossing between Egypt and the Strip soon. From South Africa to Somalia to Pakistan, solidarity. And as far away as Indonesia and Malaysia, Israeli flags burn. Accusations that the country is engaging in genocide, a Holocaust, echoing claims the Israelis have voiced against Hamas. Blame too directed at the United States. President Joe Biden says he stands with America's closest Middle East ally. There's still plenty of sympathy stateside for Israel. In some nations, a strong police presence, demonstrations mostly peaceful. But the region is a tinderbox, volatile, on the brink of igniting. Benji Haya, CGTN.
Egypt is hosting a peace summit that aims to de-escalate the conflict between Israel and Hamas and address the humanitarian challenges in Gaza. It is scheduled to take place in Cairo today. China's Special Envoy for Middle East Issues, Chai Chun, will attend the summit. The list of attendees also includes representatives from Palestine, Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain and Russia. Chai Chun said the international community should promote a workable solution to the Palestinian question, return to the correct basis of a two-state solution, and realize the coexistence of Palestine and Israel. Adel Al-Marki has more from Cairo.
After his European tour, the King of Jordan, Abdullah II, met Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi in Cairo on Thursday. The two leaders renewed their opposition to the forced migration of Palestinians into their countries and warned world leaders that an extended war in Gaza would drag the entire region into bloodshed and chaos. An emergency meeting for the Arab Parliament in Cairo also tackled the same issues.
We reject the forced migration of Palestinians. We support the countries that reject this approach. Palestinians have the right to their lands. Historically, this is their land. No one can forcefully move them from their home. President Sisi and King Abdullah have been quite clear about that. No one will make the Palestinians leave their land. This is their right, and they will defend it.
The 11-day war on Gaza was also on the agenda of Sisi's meeting with Michael Corello, the commander of the U.S. Central Command. Meanwhile, the Egyptian Foreign Minister Sameh Shoukry warned his UK counterpart James Cleverly about the further deterioration in the already dire conditions in which Palestinians in Gaza are suffering. It's a concern that the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres also shared during his meeting with Shoukry.
In the face of this humanitarian catastrophe,
I'm calling for two immediate humanitarian actions: to Hamas, for the immediate and unconditional release of the hostages; to Israel, for immediate and restricted access of humanitarian aid to respond to the most basic needs of the people of Gaza.
Instead of wasting time arguing about the causes of the escalation, Egypt says it wants the world to pay more attention to the core reasons that are fueling the crisis. Cairo believes that the political deadlock for a fair solution to the Palestinian issue tops that list.
Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi has met and talked to dozens of world leaders during the past few days. Egypt has never been so busy with such a huge number of official state visits. Cairo wants to rally international support ahead of the Palestine summit it is hosting this weekend, where more world leaders are expected to attend. Adel Mahroui, CGTN, Cairo.
Our reporter Cho Chasin speaks to Brigadier General Ishak Segev, who served as Israeli military governor in Gaza in the early 1980s. They talked about the consequences of the war and the possibility of implementing the two-state solution.
Two-state solution is still possible?
All I want to tell you now that this is a fight. I believe it will take 1 month. 1 month. But the problem will come later on because we want solution. And they will renew the idea of two states. And the Palestinian, Abbas will not take Gaza from Israel because he's a traitor. So the idea will be to bring international Arab force. You mean from Egypt, from Jordan, from Saudi, from other Arab countries to hold. And after that, this Arab international force will give it to the Palestinian Authority. So on this stage, America left the Middle East. Suddenly, when they saw what happened in the Middle East, that this agreement between China and Iran and the visit of President of China in Saudi Arabia, so they start to be worried that they are losing the Middle East. So they decided to come back. So the visit of President Biden here, he loves Israel. Believe me, I know him 40 years of my life. But he came to Israel this time from American interest. He wants to push to stop Iran, to control back Saudi Arabia and the Gulf country. We are in the middle of fight.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has appealed for aid trucks to be allowed to move into Gaza, saying it's a matter of life and death for the Palestinians. Humanitarian aid has been stranded in Egypt due to Israel's bombardment of the Rafah crossing on the Gaza side. Yasser Hakim reports from Rafah.
Friday has seen the UN Secretary General arriving at the borders of the Rafah crossing border, and there were hopes that his arrival would mean that there will be an opening of the border, and that is here to announce the reopening of the border, and that the trucks would go through and provide the much needed aid to the Palestinians.
It is essential to have fuel on the other side for UNRWA to be able to distribute humanitarian aid for the population in Gaza. At the same time, this is a war zone, and that is the reason why I've asked for a humanitarian ceasefire.
Frustration of the people there who kept chanting, open the gate, because they want to take all the aid inside. Obviously, what we understand is that there has been a delay because of the construction work being done at the border on the Palestinian side, because of the Israeli raids that have damaged the border from the Palestinian side, and the work was still ongoing. But sources in Egypt are saying that it could be as early as Saturday morning. So maybe Saturday would be would bring better news for the Palestinians who are waiting impatiently for the aid that could save many lives. Yes, Hakim for CGTN at Rafah, Egypt.
briefly reopened for the passage of humanitarian aid. It is the only crossing into Gaza that does not border Israel and had been closed for 2 weeks since the onset of the conflict. The crossing has now been closed again after 20 trucks carrying basic supplies entered the besieged Gaza Strip. Meanwhile, Israeli tanks continue to line the border with Gaza as a ground invasion looms. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has vowed to fight until victory in Gaza, signaling no pause in his military bombardment. Intense diplomatic efforts to de-escalate the conflict between Israel and Hamas continue. Turkey is one of the countries eager to mediate and has been holding talks with regional allies. On Friday, Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan hosted UK Foreign Secretary James Cleverly before both officials headed to the Cairo Peace Summit. CGTN's Mihal Bardavit reports.
Turkey has been pushing for diplomacy and calling for a de-escalation of the conflict in Gaza between Israel and Hamas. The Turkish government has hosted several foreign officials this week. On Friday, UK Foreign Secretary James Cleverly was in Ankara for talks with his Turkish counterpart Hakan Fidan. The two leaders did not hold a press conference following the talks, where they focused on the latest developments regarding the conflict in Gaza. Both officials are attending the summit in Cairo on Saturday on the issue. Turkish officials have been harshly criticizing Israel for its airstrikes on Gaza since retaliation efforts began in response to Hamas's surprise attack on Israel on October 7th. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan recently said Israel's operations amounted to genocide. There have been several pro-Palestinian protests taking place across Turkey, where 3 days of national mourning was declared for Palestinians killed in Gaza. The Israeli government has issued warnings for Israelis to leave Turkey due to potential security threats and has recalled all of its diplomats in Turkey. Meanwhile, Turkey has proposed to establish a guarantorship system to end the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, where Turkey can act as one of the guarantor states. Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has stated that Moscow is ready to consider this initiative proposed by Turkey to de-escalate the fighting between Israel and Hamas. I'm Michal Bardavit for CGTN in Istanbul.
Somalia and Kenya have agreed to step up security cooperation against attacks by the armed group Al-Shabaab. Defense officials stressed ongoing military operations against the militant group in the Horn of Africa nation. Muhammad Kahiye reports from Mogadishu.
حي على